camera. Ladies and gentlemen, back. Put my drink here. Okay. So, where the hell am I? Make sure you vote. For those of you who haven't voted, that vote is not going to be there very long. God damn it! That's not the map button. This is the map button. Okay. Yes. I kind of deliberately died earlier just to see what happened, to test it. Okay, so it looks like we're going back to Zone 1. Yes. And I know there's stuff in Zone 1 I want to do, so let's work on that. Well, we've got... I'm going to leave it up until we finish... Goodbye Volcano High, which is the next game on the list. And this game isn't super long, and neither is that one. That's kind of weird, but whatever. So in other words, you've got a few days to vote. But don't wait. As a reminder, by the way, you can vote for as many options as you want. You are not limited to just picking one of those three. You could pick 1, 2, 3, or 0 if you really wanted to. Just not vote. By the way, as a further reminder, that's true for all of these polls. They're all multiple choice. That is to say, multiple picks. I forget what that's properly called because I'm an idiot, but just so you're aware. How you enjoying it so far, Kitten Fan? I agree with ranked choice voting being the best form, but for something this relatively simple, it's a little bit too time-consuming to bother with. Especially for a poll that's intended to be going live once every month. I think any of those games will review well? No. I do not. Wow, even the ranked up version can't do anything with that. If at some point in time there becomes a nice, easy, accessible method to set up easy ranked choice voting online, even if it's like a subscription service, I will gladly pay for that convenience. But for the moment, we're just going with multiple choice. Multiple choice is... So I've actually studied voting methods because I'm a geek, and multiple choice, which is not what it's called, because I'm a loser, is all about being really, really easy to set up and tabulate, like just in a moment. The example I always like to use is, what do you want to eat? We can get tacos, we can get burgers, or we can get pizza. Pick each one that you want. Whichever one wins, wins. It takes no time to set up, it takes no time to tabulate, and it's easy to understand. It also removes almost all of the problems from first past the post, which is when you get one choice. So to explain that a little bit, imagine if you had to pick tacos or pizza or burgers. Doesn't matter if you're okay with all three, doesn't matter if you're okay with two, you have to pick one of them. Not only is that irritating, for several reasons. Oh, that's right, I've got the drone. But it also pretty much guarantees that there's going to be some strategic voting going on. And as a reminder, strategic voting is almost universally a bad thing. In other words, you might be thinking, well, hang on. Do I really want pizza? I know Bob wants pizza. But do I want this? And so forth. There's just... Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of problems with that. But by allowing everyone to vote as many times as they want to, it actually... It removes some of those issues. And again, the main benefit of this voting method is it takes very little time to explain, and even less time to actually set up and tabulate. Vote for everybody you want, boom, done. I am not going to be surprised if plenty of the people who are voting for this actually vote for all three of those options. And that's fine. That's the system working as intended. I will say this, of those three games, there's one of them I have not beaten. Can you guess which one it is? It's for funsies. That's an interesting question, Linnerith, but really, no. There's much more complex math that goes into it than I feel like talking about right now, if that's okay with you. But what it boils down to is, if you don't vote for anything, then the line blah 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 isn't adjusted, but if you vote for everything, then it is. And so the percentiles change, which makes it more likely for the things you voted to actually have a chance of winning. I know that sounds strange because you voted for all of them, but my point is that it is a difference from voting for nothing. More to the point, philosophically, voting for nothing just means you're not interested in anything. Whereas voting for everything means you're interested in everything. That doesn't apply to this vote in specific, but it is kind of an important thing in general. It's one of the reasons why a lot of real-life elections actually keep track of things like voter turnout, because that is a metric in and of itself. For example, recently Canada, during their big prime minister election, had one of the biggest voter turnouts they have ever had in their entire history of keeping track of that statistic. That means something, right? There's more data that can be inferred from that. Anyways, here's what spurred that on. Trump. I'm just going to say that bluntly. Trump spurred that on. It's really awkward to get used to, Crazy Norse, but I like it for what it is. Yeah, I ain't got time for coyness. It was Trump. So there was an entire MAGA light faction in Canadian politics. Okay, still can't go through that. And there was a lot of talk Trump himself was saying towards Canada. And that spurred a lot of people to vote against that party because screw that noise. They even used a slogan, which is right here behind me, actually. This isn't my shirt, for reference. It's my father-in-law's. But still. Elbows up. To be honest, I didn't think I could reach them through that. Thank you for reminding me, Rex. That means I probably could have gotten this last time I was here. Yay, weapon and item damage goes up. I think. Maybe. I think? I'm gonna assume it's up. I'm gonna assume it's up. Ooh, drone HP goes up too. Nice. Easy way to test that. Yeah, I've already kind of vibed that, Rex. And yeah, I see what you mean. Power back, okay. So just straight up and out at this point. Let's get out of Brinstar here. Let's overshoot our jump because we weren't looking where we were jumping. Yep, it's time to go back to Guckville. I was ready for Gluckville. Also known as Bluckville. I've ever bought a game or put in my shop cart even though my system couldn't handle it. It's simply because the game was an extremely big sale. Yeah. Me and Pax have a term for that. Turbo sales. You know, that every now and again a game goes on sale for like 90% off. And I'm like, yeah. I do that a lot professionally because, you know, I rarely buy a game close to when I'm about to play it. No, actually, Grayson Horse. If it did, I would have already given it a negative. Doesn't actually help me that much. Why would that offend me, Disco? This game. I mean, there's the frickin' masked ladies, Rusks or something like that. Yeah, that's a perfect example of a turbo sale, Dream Whisperer. $1 for a game. Sulky, that's it. I knew it started with an R. So far, I have a weird opinion of this game. I think it's yellow. Now, obviously, I'm not, like, done with the game yet, but that's my opinion so far. There's obviously nothing wrong with that. In fact, quite the contrary. That's a great score. But I feel like someone expecting more than simply good is just not going to get it. So, you know, somewhere in the, like, 40 to 80 range of golden number is what that would probably translate into. Okay. Oh, wait, I think I know where this is. I can't check because I'm in my drone. Well, it's like this, Linear Earth. It's very, very simple. Let me share something with you. I don't want to be mean, okay? So I'm not being mean. If you like a game, that's great. If you don't like a game, that sucks. Your opinion is your opinion. I kind of don't care because it's your opinion. You're more than entitled. And indeed, I respect you enough for whatever your opinion is. But here's the thing. Opinion has nothing to do with review. A lot of people seem to conflate the two because a lot of reviews are just opinions. Which brings me to some reviews of Gothic. I jotted down a few, just to sort of make my point, because someone actually asked a question on camera. They said, hold on, how could this game be the 9th worst game you've ever reviewed if it is overwhelmingly popular on Steam? Let me read to you some of these Steam reviews, okay? This is just a smattering of them. How to launch the game on Windows 7. Directions. Great game, you should try it. That's the review. Classic, good story, great setting, good graphics for the time, handcrafted from Germany. Overall good, but janky at times. What a tragedy I didn't play this as a kid. I would have prematurely become a man in no time. One of the best RPG games in the history. Clunky mechanics, but play it for the plot. Best game ever. Masterpiece. Crown jewel of video games. And now let's save this one for last on purpose. In all caps, very good. Now, forgive me for being incredibly elitist about this, but this has slowly bothered me more and more the older I get. Because those are not reviews. They're opinions. And there's nothing wrong with having that opinion. But when you do something like, say, Google a game, I'm not shaming you, Linarith, it's just when anybody sits down and says, all right, let's get some reviews of a game, let's see how it reviews, and they see overwhelmingly positive, they probably stop right there and say, oh, well, this must be a great game. Now, they may or may not actually enjoy the game. That's more or less unrelated to what I'm talking about. But a lot of people who put down those reviews aren't reviewing the game. And at that point, it is effectively misleading information. So, that brings me to your point. Because Linarith said all three of those games are praised for their story. We will see if those games actually score well on the story axis. I'm not sure. I won't know until we're there, because I don't like to speak vaguely from memory. I like to do something a little more concrete, like actually review the freaking game. Here's the funny part. I don't even know if those are bad games, because I haven't reviewed them. So I don't know if they're bad, or good, or in between. Where's this? Let's... Hang on. Let's go sweep a little before we continue here. Like, it is entirely possible Chrono Cross and or Xenogears, by the way, vote if you haven't. Chrono Cross and or Xenogears and or Planescape Torment will review very well. I don't know. I have no way of knowing. I'm gonna laugh if these games I've been dreading for years are actually good. Because all I have to go off of is my vague memories. Now, by vague memory, I hated those games. All three of them, actually. That's why I'm dreading them. That's the specific reason. Please stop doing that. Stop it. Ah, there we go. I have incredibly bad memory of all three of those games. Hate is strong. Forgive me, I do overuse that word. I apologize. I despised every moment of playing all three of those games. And I put one of them down, thank you for reminding me, which was Xenogears. I never actually finished Xenogears. Which is not actually all that uncommon. Although, for different reasons than I did it. I'm gonna laugh if, like, we get to Xenogears and I end up actually really liking the game. Just don't ask for music positives. That's all I ask. Please. For my sake. Don't make me do it. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. You can't make me. You can't make me. No. No, not the music. Not the music. Okay, I'm okay. I'm safe. The music can't reach me here. That is a good question, Ventures, which I do not have a good answer for. Ooh, nice. Ah, the Glock! The Glock! Oh, God! I will say I have specific negatives for each of the three games. And I can explain them very, very simply. I can give you a sentence explaining the biggest thing that I'm dreading about all three games. Planescape Torment. Combat. Now, I understand, it's not really a combat-heavy game. In fact, I would actually go so far as to say that Planescape Torment is best enjoyed if you do not participate in combat, which you can mostly do in that game. Combat in that game, even people I know who love Planescape Torment agree that the combat is not super great. That doesn't mean it has bad gameplay. As a reminder, choice gameplay is an adamant example of gameplay, as is branching quest design, both of which Planescape Torment does in spades. So it is within reasonability that Planescape Torment will actually score well, even on the gameplay axis. Then we have Xenogears. One moment. Interesting. Is that just like a traditional spread fire? That is the sound effect from Galaga. Listen to it. I could prove this. This is Galaga. This is the Galaga gun. I'm not even mad. However, it has terrible range, so let's get back to a gun that's actually good. There we go. That man is playing Galaga. Alright, so the Gala gun. Oh god, the Gala gun. Xenogears. Xenogears... Everyone knows that they ran out of time and money, and they essentially had to shut down production, and all of the associated suckitude related to that. Everyone knows that the second disc kind of sucks in Xenogears. And that makes sense, and that's understandable. Xenogears also suffers from a little bit of early PS1 RPG design, which is essentially them reinventing the wheel from the SNES era, which had kind of solved a lot of those problems. And... That's actually a good point. I keep forgetting the corrupt gun even exists. And some music issues I have, and blah, blah, blah. But no. Here's the big thing about Xenogears. Xenogears is similar to Metal Gear Solid in the sense that it was a lot of people's first exposure to certain aspects of philosophy. Like actual philosophy, philosophical lines of thought. And I have noticed over the last 20, 30 years, I guess it's been 30 years at this point, that both games, in fact several games like this, tend to garner a large positive reaction from people simply because it was their introduction to philosophy, or perhaps specific philosophical concepts. We actually mentioned that earlier today when we were talking about Soma. How Soma was a lot of people's first introduction to the concept of identity as well as continuance, or continuity, or whatever they call it in that game. That's a good question, Crazers. I don't know. I never got that far. Don't worry, I'm not spoiling anything, Ventures. I swear. Unless you're making fun of me, in which case, never mind. Never expose a teenager to philosophy. Which brings me to Chrono Cross. My biggest problem with Chrono Cross is actually extremely simple. I mean, the combat. But ignoring the combat, because that's low-hanging fruit. My biggest issue with Chrono Cross is the fact that it's designed to be a sequel to Chrono Trigger. And it's depressing. It is bleak, actually, is the word I would use there. It actually invalidates Chrono Trigger in several ways simply by its existing, for reasons I will not spoil here. Can you... Nope. Damn. Well, it was an idea. And that's my major problem with all three games, in a nutshell. I look forward to playing them and reviewing them, actually reviewing them someday, to see how invalid my opinions actually are. Because my opinions are fluid. As, if I might be so bold, all opinions should be. Alright, Pumpernickel Rex, how do I get past those stupid... Can I get past them right now? That's the real question. Oh, also, while I'm on the subject, I will give all 3 games I just mentioned this. None of them are soulless cash grabs. I've said this before. I've said this recently because we just covered Gothic. I'll take a bad, janky game with heart over a soulless cash grab that's actually worthwhile 10 times out of 10. No, Chillpangle. Yes, yes. Oh, right. I'm sorry, Polishno. You're absolutely right. I'm so sorry. Let me adjust my opinion. Wait. You almost got me there. Well, I mean, it's the old concept, right? It's your first such and such game. Your first strategy game. Your first Metroidvania. Your first... your first philosophy game. Your first game that made you care about story. Etc, etc, etc. Okay, so yeah, this is straight up Metroid scanning right here. Ika... What? I missed it. Ika something. Nope. God damn it, I keep hitting that button, thinking it's the menu. This is the menu. Nah! Ika... Ooh. The... Here... I would not be surprised if it was Lunaruth. I love this gun, by the way. Okay, so, hey, I did it, and nothing's different. Yeah. Wait, it's not active. Okay. Oh, it's back there. Okay, okay. Can you stop shooting me, please? I don't want to go back to a save point right now. Ah! Clearly see it. It's right there. Okay. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh no, oh no, oh no. I don't know what gun I have equipped. No! I hit R3 completely by accident, which changes my gun, and I didn't know what gun I was on. Ah! I should start thinking about rebinding the controls. Oh, now to go all the way back to where I just was. Jesus. Anyways. There was a controversy about this game? What controversy would there be about this game? Anyone know about a controversy about this game? I mean, granted, I don't care whatever it is, because controversy is usually just shorthand for nonsense. This way. I mean, I didn't find anything about it, but, I mean, I wouldn't have minded at least, like, a zone checkpoint system. You know, every time you switch zones. That's a good point. As a fresh reminder, there was a very small group that was claiming that it was extremely unfair of the recent Wolfenstein game to glorify shooting Nazis in the face. To which I immediately responded and have touted ever since, we here at the Lore Walkers are totally cool with shooting Nazis in the face. No, it was before Youngblood. I forget which one it was. It was New Colossus, okay. I believes you. Ignoring how stupid of a sentence that is just on the face of it. Why would you shoot Nazis? It's extremely stupid. Let's just ignore that for a moment. It's a Wolfenstein game. The entire franchise has one central pillar to it, and that is shooting Nazis in the face. That goes back to the 80s. Come on, guys. Yep, we had to kill Hitler more than once. Robo-Hitler. In some cases, Cyber-Hitler. Cyborg, excuse me. That's different than Cyber-Hitler. Gotta get it clear. Yeah, if any neo-Nazis are out there who are upset about the fact that I'm totally cool shooting them in the face, maybe they should consider stop being neo-Nazis. That's a choice, you know. Not that I own a gun. Axiom 2 was on Epic. I'm assuming it's not now, because I swear I saw it on Steam. Could someone verify that? Is Axiom Verge 2 on Steam? I'd be a dick about it and say, is it on PC, but I'm actually trying not to be a dick about it. Okay, thank you. Like, I've got my elitisms. I admit it. I don't need to hammer that button. I mean, I'm not a big fan of Epic or what they do or how they do it because they're scumsuckers. But I will at the very least say that I understand why a lot of developers took that golden paycheck in order to get their games made. So long as they eventually put it out on, not Epic later on. The real problem comes from when they don't. There's a reason why we may never stream Alan Wake 2. No, Chill Pangolin. Item progress sticks, which is actually nice. I need to jot that down. I'll do it right now, while I'm thinking about it. Yeah, exactly, Rex. Like, that's why I'm not a fan of it. But it's more like I'm not a fan of the fact the system exists at all. My ire isn't really reserved for the devs, you know what I mean? Which probably isn't very surprising to anybody who knows me at all. Wrong button. God, I just keep doing that. One of these days I'll get used to the buttons, I swear. Hopefully before I start fighting stuff that's actually hard. Well, I've been debating rebinding, but the problem with that is, why do I rebind? Because okay. Some people, I'm not accusing Crazy Norse of this, some people have this weird thing where they think that rebinding just fixes everything. Because you can rebind keys. But there are two issues that tend to run into that. Issue number one, which this game does not have, is concurrent binds. In other words, a situation where you're not just rebinding jump, you're rebinding jump and action and attack and something else, right? All of those are getting rebound all at the same time. Because that's just the nature of it. Whoops. Elden Ring had that problem. Gothic had that problem. On a controller, another problem tends to come up. Now, there's a bunch of buttons on this. All of them are used. So if I decide to rebind something, that means something has to move. And then we start to play Tetris, right? I've done this several times for several games where it's like, okay, hang on. I moved this button here, and I moved this button here. I still need this, and I still need this. Where do I put this? And it becomes like a puzzle in its own right, you know? Where's my lightning? There it is. No! Why didn't you select it? Okay. So I could do some rebinding, and I'm still considering doing it. But it's going to involve some rejiggering, and that's what I'm most worried about. I've been thinking about it, Dream Whisperer. Honestly, I wish I already had, because its price has already gone up. I'm not going to until I move one way or another. It's just another thing to pack, and my physical space for what can fit in my car for moving is not only so limited, but it's already full, beyond capacity. I'm going to have to throw away a bunch of stuff and or mail a bunch of stuff to myself whenever I finally move. But I am strongly considering doing it. Everyone says it's a great controller, and... I would say about exactly what I was expecting, Blue Dragon EX. EXE. Oh, I said EX. You're my ex Blue Dragon. I got a new Blue Dragon now. Ah! No. No, 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 no! Jesus, how much health do these stupid things have? I know this gun doesn't do a lot of damage, but god dang. Does this come with a refill? Nope, that's a power node. Well, I'm sure all of that was worth it. What Metroid game does this remind me of most? God damn it. I think I might rebind those two. Just specifically those two, because I keep doing that. God, I don't know. Blaster Master continues to be the game that it most reminds me of in terms of playstyle and play feel. I'm gonna go with Fusion. Okay, so let's move Drone over here, and then move Grapple up there. And let's just stick with that for now. So now that's Grapple. And that's Drone. Oh, it goes a ways, doesn't it? Look at that. I do love this spread fire, but yikes. Yeah, I honestly thought I was about to get a new gun for how much effort I went to put into that Rex. Silly me, huh? Okay, so let's Power nodes increase my damage output. Apparently it's a linear output increase. Let me think. I feel like this is actually our closest save point. Even though, look, it's physically farther away, but it's probably quicker to reach. I also don't have a very good idea. Shoot. What is that sound? Oh, it's this guy, I think. No? Who's making that noise? What the hell, Elsinova? Did you see that? Sorry, no. What did you see? There was a man who looked just like me standing over there, and then he ran away. Very strange. I did not see this. I'm going after him. Keep your eyes open, or whatever it is you do. Was he wearing the tights that we were? I was about to say, did the Mimic have the correct tights? Very important. It would make sense from a programming perspective. It's probably easier to just copy... Oh, I can't go back. Copy your existing sprite with whatever changes you've done to it, rather than just design another sprite which sits in its own spot in the memory. It's also more dynamic to do it that way. It means anything you do to your sprite, including modding, automatically is mirrored onto the Mimic. Yep, nope, he had the tights on. Trace, there's nothing there. He was right there! Trace, I think you must find Ophelia soon. Please tell me if you see more strange things. I mean that totally on unrivaled camera, right? My god, we've got shades now. Pretty hot in this place. Hang on, how do I... Okay, whatever. Ugh, that's another something's wrong. I don't feel well. I was afraid of this. Athetosis pathogen is starting to affect you. But I think Ophelia's near and she can fix. Just try to stay calm. Thanks, Athetos. I mean, Elsinova. Sorry, I think I'll just shut up and keep moving. Oh my god, she was always Athetos! J'accuse! I'm not really sure what the overall motive is of the villain at this point. Supposedly his goal was to just kill everybody and then let the other world into reality, which would make him a traditional demon type. Well, it's about time. Oh, sorry, are you Ophelia? There's no such thing as Ophelia. If there isn't, how did you even know what I was talking about? You know the answer to that. Because you're a hallucination, right? That pathogen's making me see things. Crap, I better get moving. Yeah, we're fine. About to die, but we're fine. Yeah, we're starting to see things a little bit. It's fine. It's fine. I wouldn't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's, the bug eyes are normal, really. Look, they're not spider... I mean, yes, they're spider skulls. What in the world is that thing turning into behind us? Like, it was started out as a pylon, and then it turned into, like, an organic-y thing, and... Well, now we're fighting the Scarecrow. And we're dead. Cool. Yeah, we're getting into some weird stuff. And I can't go this way. Clever terrain usage. Did I say hi, Sean? Hi, Sean. This game was a completely understandable... I actually do have some theories about what's going on. I don't get why, but I think I have an idea. Here's the answer. Anime. I think anime is going on. Someone recently insulted my opinion on Planescape Torment by insisting that there can be nothing wrong with a game that bothers to explain itself. I have nothing to add to that statement. I just thought I'd share it because it was in my head. Because, speaking of which, make sure you're voting if you haven't. Make sure you get those votes in. Well, one of the biggest criticisms I've usually had for Planescape Torment is weird. And a lot of that is weird for weird's sake. A lot of this is because of Planescape. That's kind of the nature of the setting. The whole point of it was to be more wild and unusual than the, shall we say, more vanilla fantasy of typical D&D. By the way, can I just say for a second that the very idea of vanilla fantasy or typical fantasy is just amusing to me on its face of it. Anyways, moving on. I get what they mean. I'm not contradicting it. It's just funny to think about. Anyways, so I have accused Planescape Torment many times of being, you know, weird for weird's sake. What's this? Is just getting creepier. And we're dead. Okay. This is irritating now. Time to give out negatives. Let's see. Negative for everyone who loves this game. Negative for everyone who likes joy and happiness in the universe. Negative for positive things. It's actually really simple, though. And I will not explain why. You can watch the beginning of the stream, not the VOD, the stream, for an explanation of it. I guess I don't have anything. Hello, cat. How are you? Can I help you? Can I help you? Can I help you? That was it. Sorry. I knew there was a negative. It actually has nothing to do with any of this. I was meaning to write down and I kept forgetting and I keep spacing. I wanted to actually write that stupid thing down. Oh man, I can't wait. I'm saying that wrong. I'm going to be so sad when I no longer have to constantly vacuum on a literal daily basis in order to get rid of all the freaking cat litter all over the place. So it turns into missing no. Cute. And someday I might actually not smell cat food and cat litter 24/7. No, we're doing it tomorrow, I believe, actually, because we wanted to do... So, I really like story mode, and from a review perspective, story mode is the only part of the raid that actually exists. However, we did story mode of Gallywix, and we had fun with that. It was a good fight. And then we did the LFR version, and that was just a better fight top to bottom. So we decided as a group that we were going to go ahead and wait for the LFR version of Dementius and experience that first. I've heard multiple people say the latest raid is one of the best raids they've ever done, and honestly, from what I've seen so far, I kind of vibe that. No positives for any of it, of course. Isn't that right? No positives ever. Dementia's fight technically dropped last week as far as Mythic, Normal, and Story Mode, I believe. And it dropped, I think, LFR today. Shouldn't say that so definitively. I'm not actually sure about that now. Now you got me questioning it. Oh god, I don't know! I don't know! I'll play Metroid for a second here. This is probably the first honest-to-God health room we've had in the entire game. Oh, they're all immune to it. Cool. They hurt too. Getting weirder. Getting weirder. Please be a save. I don't want to do that for like a 4th or 8th or 15th or whatever I'm up to time. Oh no, that's interesting. I can't actually drop my drone right now. Oh, bus time! Scarecrow. I'll kill you, thing. Crap, I'm trapped! Trace, please, just stay put. I've made contact with Ophelia. Elsinova, that man from before, he's here! Demon. Wait, I'm no demon. Am I? Demon, Athatos say, kill. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry! I'll kill you. Oh, okay. Interesting. Die, duplicate. This is hard to aim, actually. Oh no, he knows how to stand in between the spaces where my attacks hit. No! No! He got me! He got me! Where am I? Skyrim intro. Safe. This is the trauma ward. Everything hurts. How bad is it? It may be hard to accept, but your injuries were severe. You will neither walk nor see ever again. I remember now. Well, I'd assumed this is all connected to the lab explosion. In fact, that was just an unrelated accident. A frozen pressure valve, of all things. Boom. How could I have forgotten? I'd survived the blast and awoken, and for months was locked in darkness. I was broken, not just blind, but crippled. But as I lay there helpless, thinking, I had an epiphany. I would cleanse this pure world. I had an idea that would become a scientific breakthrough. I worked with Dr. Hammond, who had recovered completely. Together we published a new theory of everything. It's all made of ether. Sorry. It was a rewriting of physics. The media got wind of it and loved it. But the physics community decried it as pseudoscience. I was blacklisted and given a nickname. Athetos. Without place. John Axiom. That's where the memories end. Over a year of my life, completely forgotten. And somehow, I'm him. Athetos. Elsinova knows this, but she thinks that I don't. So I'm still here. I've cleared up the bioflux. Your nanogates should take care of the rest. Trace, this is Ophelia. It is she who brought you to Sutra. Okay, Ophelia. Why exactly would you do that? Several reasons, but mainly because you, like Athetos, are a pattern mind. It means only you could survive Athetos' pathogen. Also makes you the only person capable of using Athetos' weapons, like that gun. In short, you're the only chance we had to defeat him. So what makes Athetos and I pattern minds? Something we were born with? Or something that happened? To be honest, we don't know. Within the breach, there are many worlds. Multiverse. Athetos came from one, so that's where we started. I entered the breach, where I learned about pattern minds. Special individuals who can manipulate reality at will. Using a special device called a scry, we've searched for another pattern mind that could stop him. We found only you on your world, Earth, and extracted you. We know for sure that you're a pattern mind. Know why. We were hoping you could tell us that. Nope. I'm pretty normal. Fairly confident there's no secret magic going on in my DNA or anything. Are you sure you're not leaving something out? We are sure. Regardless, you are doing well. Breach Activator and Athetos are in the elevator above us. Destroy it and we can take care of the rest. But getting inside may take some time yet. Then, you are done. We send you back home. Okay. Looks like I'm off to see the wizard then. Please, for the love of God, tell me this isn't all just a dream. I know it's a popular thing, and I kinda don't care. Please, don't actually answer that. I didn't say pumpernickel. Oh no, I just said it! No! There's a reward for the boss, I suppose. Oh no, I specifically mean dream. VR is different. Let me jot down some thoughts before I move on. Well, let me put it to you this way. If The Matrix was all just a dream, then that movie would suck. To be perfectly frank. If it is all just a dream, then none of those events actually happen in any real sense of the word. It is literally just, whoops, Control-Z, and that's the end of it. If it is VR, then those events actually have some kind of tangible impact. There might be a digital world, which has digital entities which actually exist within it. Yeah, it's not a fake. There are gradients to it's all just a dream, the trope. It's all just a dream. But the actual literal term for it, it being a dream, is probably the worst expression of that trope. Because it actually being a dream means none of it means anything. It is extremely difficult to do an actual dream sequence and make it work. It's possible. I've seen it done. But there's a reason so many people hate that trope. Is because at the end of the day, what it means is none of that happened, none of that exists, and none of that mattered. I can think of one exception to that off the top of my head, and I can't even tell you what it is because it would be a spoiler. Star Trek occasionally dips its toes into this concept, this trope, I should say. But usually, when Star Trek does it well, it's doing it and it sticks, for lack of a better way to put that. Exactly, Disco. That's a good example too. I know the one you're talking about, Kenixco. There's this episode of Star Trek where Janeway specifically bounces around time and sees a whole bunch of altered, changed things of the past, the future. And then she remembers. She retains all of those events because all of those events actually happened. And the idea being that she can then take that knowledge forward, right? Actually, honestly, All Good Things over in TNG also does the same thing. I have actually done a modern review of Prey 2017 Czar, as in post-Oblivion lined. So. Anyways, point being, I tend to dislike It's All Just a Dream, literally, as a dream, for the same reason everyone else does. It's also a cheap way to make it so you don't have to maintain internal consistency, which irritates me for the usual reasons. No, that's not what I think is actually happening here. What I think is happening here is this is a multiverse. Cool. I'm typing on Wolkenstein. God, I don't want to lose my thoughts. I've gotten a little bit too much into the habit of typing too much of this off camera nowadays. I need to start not doing that. I got into that habit because we kept covering gigantic games where I would give 50 billion positives or negatives or both for a specific stream, and it just wasn't feasible to pause for every positive. You get to pause for it. Anyways. That's funny, Crazy Nurse, because most of the time I hear people use that in the exact opposite manner of that. Parallel worlds are the ones that are identical. Multiverse is just whatever. I'm not saying I agree or disagree with it, I'm just saying that's how I usually hear that stated. But yes, I agree with Huthor. If, in order for a dream, an actual dream, to matter, it needs to do something. It needs to have some kind of tangible impact. I really want to mention an example, but it really is a colossal spoiler. And even telling you what it is now would give it away. So all I'll say is that I can think of a game where the entire point of the game is that the entire game is all just a dream. And it works. Yeah, it could be Crazy Nurse. Either way, I understand the distinction, regardless of the word choice involved. Cesar asked, what? What did you ask? I don't see any additional questions from you. I think you know the answer to that, Mr. Red. If you really want me to, I will answer that question. Alright, in that case, no, not at all. I stand by my original analysis. Yume Nikki, the original, was written for the person who made that game. So yes, to repeat myself, Czar, not only have I played Prey 2017, I have done a modern review of it, as in a post-Oblivion line review of it. Yeah, it's a venting game. That developer needed to get some stuff out. It's so commonplace, at least among non-professional circles, that I can't believe it didn't occur to me earlier. Surely at least some of you in chat understand what it's like to write, or to paint, or to draw, or to whatever, to make something specifically for the intent of venting, just for getting it out, just for processing it, just for dealing with something, right? Now, oftentimes what happens is that just never sees the light of day, because that's just for you. But sometimes we feel the need to share that. Nothing wrong with that either. Speaking of which, that's Chrono Cross, by the way. Which the lead writer, I can't remember his name, please forgive me, was going through some really tough times and was, like, straight up depressed. Like, suffering from depression. And so he wrote Chrono Cross, a game about how everything is awful forever. That's not really a joke. That really is how that works out. Oh yeah, also trying to make things better just makes them worse. That's another thing. I'm not joking. That's not me being facetious. That's an actual theme in Chrono Cross. So everything is awful forever, and there's nothing you can do about it. Now go to a place that's worse than Turbo Hell. Anyways, as a reminder, voot, if you have not, please, as a reminder. No, Crazy Nurse. Chrono Cross invalidated all of Chrono Trigger. I sort of can't explain why without just spoiling the hell out of everything. But I'd say I've already said enough. You saved the world, just kidding, you actually did worse than condemn people to Turbo Hell. Is a hell of a message to essentially start your game on, but there it is. Am I just leaving now? I didn't get anything new here. What do you mean, artistic assassination, Uthor? If you don't mind clarifying. I actually agree with that, Von Falkenstein. Speaking as someone who is not a big fan of Chrono Trigger, I still think it would be a better game if it just was its own game. Totally disconnected from the events of Chrono Trigger. Oh, gotcha. Right. I've encountered that more than once in my life. In fact, that happened with, Siphon Filter. We talked about that. Did that guy get kicked out of Square for playing that? Not that I'm aware of. Then again, maybe he did, because I don't remember what he did after Chrono Cross. Okay, whatever. Good afternoon, Wolka. Another Eden. Got it. Well then, yeah, I guess he did bow out of the industry entirely. I remember reading an interview of his very recently where he talked about what his Chrono Trigger 3 was going to be, because he already mapped it out. Oh, that's a mean game. No, it was just a continuation of the ideas of the previous two games. You got a lab coat. Double tap to teleport in any direction. So, I've been wondering about this for all, because I've seen several things where clearly... Yeah. So, okay, this is actually bloody clever. In order to phase through a wall, you have to be feet on the ground and have several seconds to be able to go through something. So several times they'll do this, where you cannot actually be feet on the ground to feet on the ground, right? All it has to be is off by 1 in order to make it so you can't face the wall. And I've seen several instances of that. I sort of assumed we'd eventually get an upgrade that allows us to zip through walls at a height. More of that good tutorialization on display there. See? Now we can get back in, too, if we wanted to. See? Why do I think Chrono Cross is beloved? That's actually a really good question. I can tell you why people love Xenogears. It has giant mechs and philosophy. I can tell you why people love Planescape Torment. It's weird, unique, and has crazy branching narrative. I'm not sure why people like Chrono Cross. And I'm not saying that to be insulting, to be clear. I'm just not sure what it is that appeals to people about it. By the way, we can also go down now. Because Chrono Cross is just kind of there. It doesn't really do anything unique or interesting or special. And I know several people who like it more than Chrono Trigger. And most people I know who, you know, like it even admit that the combat is definitely not one of those reasons. If Valerian was on, I'd ask them what they think. Oh, no, 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 not this crap. Not this crap. The best conjecture thus far is that it is a forced relinking of the lattice's underlying adjacent universes. The breach attractor, then, has some capacity to shift the points at which lattices link. The region beyond the breach remains intact, as when the breach recedes, the atmosphere and surrounding ocean don't encounter a vacuum in its absence. Although there is a strong disturbance in the currents once the two sides meet again. Outside of a breach elevator, passing through the breach can be fatal. The Sudrins use this as a makeshift shield to keep out intruders, or, as in our case, to keep something else trapped in. Based on their writing, it seems that the Sudrins have long ago lost a scientific understanding of what the breach truly is, perceiving it as an intense meteorological phenomenon rather than a divider between worlds. A7 hypothesized about the breach itself being invisible, that the effect we see in the sky is in fact a protective field of microscopic elements covering the frayed ends. I'm with Mr. Red on that, by the way. Don't want to be, you know, pro-Visa here. But I'm not really into tragedy porn. Looks like we cannot go through 2. It also means we cannot go through 3. It is one of the things I don't like about Dark Souls games, yeah. In Dark Souls games, in general, this is obviously a generalization, The predominating theme is that everything died a long time ago, but wasn't allowed to actually stop. And because death is a good thing, it is seen as natural and good that everything finally is allowed to stop. You know, undead curse, for God's sakes. It's right there in the name. Oh, thank you for reminding me, Rex. See, I gotta jot this stuff down. I mean, yeah, Von Falkenstein. Even speaking as someone who doesn't like Xenogears, I'd like to see that. Yeah, that's the good ending. The dark ending is the good ending. It's everything, allowing everything to finally die. The bad ending is reigniting the flame. You know, going against the entire theme of the entire work, which is to say, continuing to lurch on forever as an undead husk, a desiccated, rotting corpse of what once was. Both literally, people, as well as in the greater thematic sense. The idea that the world needs to go round. Yeah, almost every FromSoft game looks at immortality as a bad thing. Sekiro does that. In Souls-like games in general. Okay, that's just irritating. That is the theory, Trihexia. I hesitate to call that codified fact. Interesting. Ah! Oh, you asshole. Okay, okay. Yeah, Sekiro makes it extremely overt. Since pretty much the entire theme of that game is... Someone tried to get immortality, and that didn't work out well. Death is a good thing. Yes, that's right. Sekiro was made by Texas. Ugh, okay. Alright, well, I give up. We could try grappling. I didn't think I'd have the height for it. We'll try it. Hang on. There we go. Nope. So we did have the height for it, but we still can't do it. Good idea, though. Good idea. Hell, even in Dark Souls 1 and 2 and 3. The idea that something new might come after the dark is a debate, not a codified fact. So, who knows if there's a rebirth after things are finally allowed to die. Hang on, before we commit to that, these are newfound teleporting powers here. I do like wall hacking. Uh-oh, we're back in Eden. Most terrifying zone of the game. That is some weird parallax scrolling. Look at that. Ooh. We can't do anything with this. We've yet to reach a point where we can do anything about the glitchiness, which is worrying me, because we've met several of those glitches. How the hell do I get up there? Okay. I only see one of the spores over here, I notice. Okay. Well, nothing to the left. Some cool buildings in the background. I just want a proper port of Bloodborne off the frickin' PS3. I don't even like Bloodborne. I still want that. No, there's no way. That's way too far out there. Pumpernickel, how do I get this? Let me say that more clearly. Can I get this now? Looks like a little needle-looking thing. It's right there. Right there. Okay. That is a good question. Oh, that sucks, Triax, too. I hope they port that soon. So I can toss it pretty far up. You know, actually, I have no idea, von Falkenstein. It's a weird exception in their overall lexicon. There's plenty of interest in a Bloodborne port. Just a port. Just, you know, get that thing off the PS3 and get it cleaned up a bit. They're willing to do, what, 2 remasters of The Last of Us, but they won't touch Bloodborne? What? Didn't even see that guy. Green on green. Was it PS4? I don't even remember. Okay, it's PS4. My bad. Ah. Hey, Huthor, so I was thinking about maybe talking about how continuity is secretly actually a bad thing. I think we should do more about it by just trying to actually make it so that all that continuity can just go straight out the window. Because nobody actually... Oh, that's right. Metal Gear Solid 4 is the one that's PS3 locked. And 3D.Heroes for some freaking reason. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oof. Yeah, actually, this probably is a good time to scout. Well, there's definitely no zombie guys up ahead. It's not obvious. I don't trust that at all. I mean, Sony is very stupid. That is something that needs to be remembered. They're not exactly alone in their stupidity. Plenty of gaming companies are very, very stupid. I was just saying, I think Microsoft technically wins the stupidity category right now. Permanently increased weapon range. Well, that was worth the detour. Although it doesn't seem to have increased the range of my shotgun. Of course. Yeah, that actually finally hit lawsuit status, which isn't surprising. It is a pretty clear ripoff. Yeah, Sony won the console wars. Really, they did. They won it years ago. And now with Microsoft actively eating itself, we really shouldn't think of Microsoft as one entity. That's the problem. With the Microsoft divisions fighting each other and destroying each other, Sony is completely uncontested. Yeah, monopolizations. Monopolies tend to be bad. Who would have thought? Okay, so I want to go back to Eden, but I'm already in Eden. Can't go that way. Nintendo, as so this isn't just me. They've said this too. Nintendo isn't really in the same space as the consoles. They left the console wars years and years and years ago. It has been between the big two, Microsoft and Sony, for a long time. Sony's over there. And I'll actually explain extremely simply why. It's because it's super easy to explain. If you were to look at every household that has a gaming console in it, let's ignore phones for a second. What you will find is one of two trends. You'll either have someone who has a Xbox or a PlayStation, or someone who has an Xbox or a PlayStation and a Nintendo console. They're totally agnostic to the console wars, because most people are either going to get a Nintendo console one way or another because it's the Nintendo console, because it has the Nintendo first party stuff, and because it does whatever it is it's doing right or wrong with that particular generation. I know people who've picked up the Switch and will buy games that are on the PC and on other consoles, and they'll specifically get it on the Switch because the Switch is mobile, or they like the controllers or whatever. And that's Nintendo. It's over there in the corner doing its own thing. Excuse me. Okay, so I'm taking it this way, I think. Yeah, Switch and PC is actually another fairly common combo. Yeah, a Nintendo console. The Switch is so crazy widespread, and the Switch 2 is right on track to be following it. It's the console that you get. And if you're into gaming, you will get either a PlayStation or an Xbox. At least that's how it used to be. And like I said, Xbox is bowing out of that fight because noise here. Yeah, the Wii was Nintendo's official statement of, yeah, we're not doing that the way we used to anymore. We're out. And it was the right call. I would love to say that I could credit Iwata for that, but I don't know if that was his idea specifically. It was definitely in line with his philosophy, but I don't know if he actually made that call. Well, it's actually really simple, Trihexia. Microsoft is a corporation which is doing corporate things. That's it. Now you'll notice I didn't actually mention the Steam Deck. The Steam Deck is kind of the weird outlier in all of this. The Steam Deck, and I hope it does, might actually be opening another front in the console wars. It won't, but it would be nice if it did, because I'll tell you exactly what the Steam Deck is going to do. It's going to replace the Xbox. It's going to fill the niche of, doesn't have Sony's first title stuff, but it has a whole lot of PC games in a more accessible and cheaper format. Boom. That's what the Steam Deck is, right there. And that is a market that Xbox has hit for years. Ideally soon, but realistically, I would be surprised if it takes them less than a year. So sometime around next summer, that would be 3-ish quarterly reports from now, they'll probably start to realize that the LLM thing is just killing their company. Several people will get fired, by which I mean get paid lots of money to no longer work, because capitalism. Oh, it'll be too late for Xbox, and that's the problem. And there are a lot of... Obviously, I have invested interest in this because Blizzard. But there's a lot of companies and a lot of gaming under Microsoft that is going to be damaged by this. And as usual, the only ones who will actually suffer for this are us. I don't either, Von Falkenstein. Be nice. Hello, cat. Relax. It is not dinner time. For years. For years. It's not dinner time. It's never dinner time. You're never getting fed again. You will never have food again in your entire life. You will starve. You have never been fed your entire life. On camera, I have video evidence of feeding you, you stupid cat. Yeah, never. Never once. I don't know what ENF means. He's so neglected. He's all skin and bones. There's nothing left of him. He's tormented, tortured. Hasn't been fed since this morning. Yes, Linnerith, it is actually on the table that WoW will either end or, worse, go to hell. Because remember, most MMOs don't just have the plug pulled. That's actually uncommon. Most MMOs just become terrible. Neverwinter is still going, but I would never recommend someone play it right now because it's a dog pile of crap. Dog pile? Dogfire. What's a dogfire? It's a combination of pile of dog crap and a dumpster fire. And both start with D, dog, and dumpster. Therefore, it's now a dog fire. It's a pile of burning dogs. So yeah, most MMOs become Tor. Most MMOs just kind of slowly turn into this lurching, horrible husk. And death is a good thing, so we should pull the plug so it can finally die. I was paying attention. Alright, let's try here. Let the past die. Kill it if you must. Dare I ask who, Thor? Oh no, Blades of All. No, come on! Listen, I know Texas firmly believes in the sovereign right of death. Ah! The most hostile I've ever seen artist be to their work, Evo. She does wonderful art and wonderful game design, and she will and wonderful writing, but she will not stop talking about how awful she is. That's what I thought. This is assuredly bomb jumping, and I don't care. There we go. Oh yeah, I probably could have grappled that. Blood. Sometimes you just need a little extra. God. There we go. You know what? Actually, that's another one good example. Lunaruth, she constantly diminishes her voice acting and her singing, even though she's good at both. Exactly, Huthor. That's a good question, Walker. I sure hope so. Yeah, I may have killed too many. Oh my god. Oh, self-sabotaging artists. Well, Lunaris. No, I'm kidding. There's this guy named Disco, right? And he keeps insisting that this game, I think it's called Outlaws, is terrible. I don't know. No, okay. Real answer. Real answer. Let's see. What's the worst example? Help me out here, chat. What's a really bad example of an artist just completely self-sabotaging? Because I don't see it as all that often. I wasn't even sure what Huthor meant when he brought it up. That's a good sign. Good sign. Should probably switch weapons here, actually. Oh, God damn it. Ah! Okay, there we go. Actually, you know what? Yeah. The Banished one is probably a really good example there. I don't think that's deliberate, though, Mr. Ed. We're talking deliberate sabotage. Fictional assassination. Oh, you son of a... Yeah, that's the Banished one. I don't like this room. I really don't like this room. At least let me make the ground solid so I don't take damage every time I fail. Random movement, and then a grasping claw asshole up head. Oh, and you're discouraged from just shooting blindly because you need the platforms. So you want to not kill them. Oh my god. I'm gonna die. I'm just gonna straight up die. Wow. This is nowhere near a save either. Yeah, you know what? I think I agree. Let's switch tactics slightly. This is the first section of the whole game that feels negative-worthy, as far as encounter design. Whatever's up there isn't going to be for very long. God damn it. Oh, still knocked me off. I'm kind of shooting blind because I can't see. Ah! I don't think I got it. Take the health, though. Ugh, please tell me there's a save after that crap. Please tell me there's anything after that crap. Why did I come up here? Pod Ducat, I actually agree, but... Well, I guess I kind of don't, do I? Because Pod Ducat is more of the incompetence thing, because this is clearly the way it was always supposed to be. It's like, really? Whatever is up here had better be really worth it. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, so as I was saying... A field of charged particles on an unbreakable leash. It's a gun. That's just hidden. That's literally hidden. Wow, game. What? What power-up, Palmerstein? Yeah, that was just a door switch. That is a good question, Mook. Probably because it's how things used to be done, so it's how things must be done now. Something else here. Yeah, it was the switch that opened this gateway right here. Yeah, this is effectively the Super Metroid negative. I love Super Metroid to death, but I still gave it this negative. Twice, I believe, because it's pretty bad in that game. Oh, okay. Now what? This is my big, like, to-do list item. I'm kind of out of to-do list items. I don't even have a narrative reason to go anywhere. There's, like, one spot I haven't been to there, but one spot that isn't covered by glitches there. That's a glitch spot. Those are both glitch spots. Hang on, one sec, Rex. That's something I couldn't figure out how to reach. That's as swept as it's getting. Yeah, I can see like one other thing I've tried, but I'll go ahead and say Pumpernickel. Because, yeah, I legitimately am not sure where to go next. For pretty much the first time, really. Like, every previous time, there was either some kind of story or gameplay thing to go to A, B, or C. Well, I do miss things. I'll head back to Eden then. Ooh. Stop doing that! I'm gonna give that a negative too. That keeps up. That is actually irritating. I keep dying because it keeps doing that while I'm in the middle of doing a jump. Because all it takes for it to do that is a double tap. It is quite easy to double tap when you're doing precise movements. Like, it's a strange thing. But anybody who's played Guild Wars 2 knows exactly the complaint I have with this. Okay, so yeah, this was a glitch wall, but I could have got up. I literally did miss this, because I'm stupid. Okay. See, I told you, blind. I think I just saw the glitch wall and just didn't process past that. All algorithms are universal and valid, regardless of whether they are executed. Cognition is a sub-algorithm whose behavior is to perceive properties of the parent algorithm describing it. Any algorithm giving rise to cognitive entities will be perceived as reality by the entities described. This is from my paper. It's the one that earned me the nickname. Interesting. There does not actually appear to be a binding for double tap. Yeah. So that's just something we get to live with. Alright. Hello, cat. I'm not feeding you. I'm not feeding you. I know you've never eaten before in your entire life. I'm not feeding you, okay? Yes. That's right. Never feeding him, ever. He will starve. You will starve, cat. There will be no food. Never, ever, 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 ever. That's right. Never, ever, ever. You also have video evidence of me actually feeding the cat on camera. Where did my face go? How did the cat get in the door? Nice try. Anybody who knows me knows I would never use an LLM. Even as a joke. Half a liter. Yes. I need to look up Supermetric really quick. For what it's worth, I actually did find a map. I don't know how good it is. On DeviantArt, of all things. I didn't really glance at it. I just found a map. I was like, what's this? Don't know how useful it is. Let's see. Gameplay negatives. Here we go. Yep. That's what I thought. Okay. Those are no. Yeah, I have to admit, I'm not a big fan of the visuals. They're not bad by any measure, but they don't indicate anything. You know? Like, I'm a theoretical artist. I don't know where I am or what I'm doing, really. I have no sense of location or geography. And that's a big part of visual storytelling, visual brickwork. It is probably on purpose because dreams, which is already a major theme, as well as the, let's call that dependent realities. I think that's a good way to phrase that. John Axiom, and he fights for the dreams. Okay, it's just a shortcut. You know, I was willing to kind of let it go, the low health beta leaps, but I've slowly realized something. They don't actually drift into the music. I mean, they do. But it's only certain songs, and it's only because the songs themselves contain very similar notes at very similar registers. When the music is a lot different, it's just beeping. Just beeping. I haven't even seen 2. Oh, God damn it. Yeah, I've heard worse beeping because I've played Pokemon Gen 1. That's a triple negative if I've ever heard one. Cat, hour and a half. You are way too early for dinner. I know you think you can beg and plead for food. Plead, yes, plead for food. Yes, purr for food. It is the only way. You must feed. Yes. Yes, I'm pretty sure someone clipped me demonstrating the low health beta leaps of Gen 1. And hopefully, sometime in the future, we will actually be reviewing that game. And then you will know. Nightmare. Binga, 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 binga. Sorry, what? I couldn't hear you over my endless screaming, Moog. Don't do it, Rex. Don't do it! Although, I mean, I'd be down. I guess my opinion doesn't matter there, so never mind. Ignore me. Ask chat, would they like to see Axiom Verge too? Especially Frieza, because he kind of funded a lot of this run. I mean, it's a Metroidvania. That's kind of a safe bet, honestly. Yes, must feed. Must feed, yes. Oh, you've played AB2? Now I'm wondering what the record is for a speedrun of this game. Oh my god, I died one room away from a save station. One room. Boss. Interesting. So you ever wonder what turbo cancer looks like? That's it right there. Those are the pods we've been spawning out of, by the way. Okay. Oh god, what the hell is this? Trace, that is an aborted clone of Athetos. This is how Athetos makes soldiers. Oh. What do I do? Can't he be healed? It is too late. He's dying. He should not have even survived this long. I've had it. I can't do this anymore. I know I'm him. In some messed up way, I'm Athetos. So tell me now, what the hell is going on? Ophelia? It's true, you are Athetos. Or would be if you continued on as you were. But you are not one of these clones. The Athetos that made these is much older. Changed. After Athetos arrived here, we discovered it was not for the first time. He apparently made his way here once before when he was your age. Legend had us that he was kinder then, and he used one of the rebirth chambers. Let me get this straight. I came here at some point years ago before the plague happened. Yes, and you used a rebirth chamber. The red mechanical egg I woke up in, but clearly that wasn't the first time or we'd have no Athetos. The original exited the chamber and became Athetos. You are a copy made from the data left behind. We gambled that a much younger Athetos would be different, that you would help us. So why don't I remember coming here? Copy or not, I shouldn't have had any sense of time passage. Should have felt like any other time I stepped into the egg and immediately stepped out. We don't know. All of this happened long ago. Hundreds of years ago, even. Data degradation? What exactly do you remember? You first. What made Athetos want to attack this world? Or is that part even true? It is true. It is entire reason we are here. The years have changed him, Trace. He was in the breach for a long time. We don't know what happened there. I need to talk to him. I'll tell him what's going on. That's what I'd do. No, you will continue as planned. How are you going to make me do that exactly? Like this. Ah! I... Cute. Holy crap, that was excruciating. Trace, are you okay? Hell no, what just happened? Elsa Nova, she hates Athetos. And as you pointed out, you are him. Just now, what happened to me? Did she... Yes, she can shut down your nanogates at any time. I brought you back. This goes much faster with your help. Please find Athetos and speak with him if that's what you want. You don't have to fight him. We just need the breach attractor shut down. Can you do that? Okay. No killing him. Agreed. I'm going to talk to Elsa Nova. She'll come around. Okay. How many people predicted Elsa Nova turning on us? Oh, that's right. Literally everybody did. Yeah, lovely lady. What is that? What was that? In case you're wondering what our bodies look like. What are you talking about? Those big things back there? Hundreds of years old, but intact, more or less. Even self-repairing technology has its limits. So you have bodies. Am I supposed to help attach your heads onto these things? I don't think that's necessary. The repair drone drones will be more than adequate. I wanted to prepare you for what is to come. Versalki. That is the word in Elsa Nova's language. These things are huge. Why do you even need me? You're still the only one who can get close enough to Athetos to disable the breach attractor. But you're right. One-on-one against our true forms, he wouldn't even pose a slight threat. Uh-huh. Concentrates the power of the address disruptor into a powerful explosion. Requires bomb ammo? What the hell is... Oh my god, there they are. I've got 3 shots. Right there in the upper left. Okay. Well, that's how we clear that. I wonder if it's a screen nuke in addition to getting rid of glitch. Hi, cat. How are you? Okay. 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 As much as I love opening up shortcuts, the game is clearly pushing me right. So I'm gonna go right. Also, this is the first ammo we've had in the entire game. I just realized that. I was actually thinking about that earlier. A lot of Metroidvanias have various ammo types as a way to reward players, more quantity, more drops, but also to limit their output. If you have to think about using a missile becomes a big deal. But if you have to think about it too much, it becomes too valuable a commodity and you stop using it. It's actually an extremely difficult balance point to hit. For whatever it's worth, I think several Metroids and Metroidvanias have actually hit that exact point. I will use Super Metroid as an example. Missiles quickly become default weapons in Super Metroid, as they arguably should. But super missiles and power bombs... completely different. And so those supers and power bombs then become the big things, the things you save for when you really need it. By the way, super actually has a hidden mechanic alongside those, which it would get credit for if it actually informed you that the mechanic exists. Did you know that every boss in Super Metroid takes extra damage from super missiles, just on top of the normal extra damage from super missiles? It is done very deliberately. It is done so that you are encouraged to use supers on bosses. But nothing tells you that. Nothing tells you that. Isn't that right? Isn't that right? Okay, so you see that thing in the upper right? Is that anything? There's like one pathway I haven't been to. And unfortunately, I haven't been marking glitch spots as I go. So I don't remember where all of them are. I guess I could just pull up a frickin' map. Let's see, does this map have glitch spots on it? Do I have a map at all? I do, here it is. Glitch spots, glitch spots. So where are we? We are... Where are we? Core. There we go, let me pull the map up here. Okay, core. Here we go. So we just left here. I wish there was a more zoomed in version of this map. Is there like a really good map for this? Oh, here we go. No, I see the glitch spots right there. Glitchable only with address bomb. It's the green overlay. So there should be some like right here, which I just went through. Yeah, right there. Yep, I see it. Wow, this is so small. I gotta squint at this thing. I gotta pull a freaking magnifying glass up to my monitor. So, if we go east, we've got 2 regions that we could sweep. But the main thing is right there. What's that? So that's up there. Which leads to a passcode. And that can't be right. No, that's right. A trench coat upgrade. And 2 power-ups. What the hell's a secret world? Don't answer that question. That's not a pumpernickel. Okay, where am I going? So I need to go this way. Okay. I don't think so, Disco. My chat, very infrequently, but it has happened, has loved to spoil the ever-living crap out of games before. That's actually hasn't happened in a while, to be quite honest with you. It's usually of the lines of, oh man, I can't wait to see what he thinks of this section. Or I'll hit a certain area and it's like, oh, here we go. And I'm like, okay, got it. was the problem last time? I don't know. Okay. How do? Don't you like pizza that much? Let's see. So this is... Hang on, it's a little off the map. Here we go. We're right here. I think you're right. I think I have to come up with this from Region 8. Oh my god. There's a lot of items down here too, so I kind of really want this. That's frustrating. Alright, whatever. Let's just back off. Ignore those guys. Just don't make eye contact. Hare Krishna people, you know. Is it anywhere near here, Rex? Because I'd rather finish this route before I start going through an entirely new route. Okay, so tell you what. I am totally down for you telling me where to go after I finish this. Because my next task after this, regardless of you, would be to go back to Sector 1. So that feels like natural progression anyways. You know, this is an issue I've had with several Metroidvanias, I've noticed over the years, where at a certain point in the game, it becomes kind of irritating to get from point A to point B. A lot of Metroidvanias have this issue. Hollow Knight had this issue, Time Spinner had this issue, Metroid Fusion had this issue, although that was kind of a weird case. Even Dread had this issue a little bit. I mean, there's a couple of solutions people have come up with over the years, but yeah, there's a straight-up, like, connector teleport between save points is one of the only solutions I can think of that would really work. Yeah, being able to teleport to save points, that would work, I think. Just right there. Super, I don't want to sound defensive, but Super mostly skips this. I think I only gave Super 1 negative for this. Because Super gives you traversal options. And Super opens up new paths, which are much faster than whatever you went through the first time, right? Norfair is a perfect example of that. The first time you go through Norfair, it takes you a while, and you up and you down and round and everything, and sideways. And there's enemies and there's lava. Okay, the second time you hold down A and you go brrrr, and then you're through. Anyone who's played Super knows exactly what I'm referencing. There's several examples of that, like that, though. Proper shortcutting is really what that boils down to. Whether it's with literal shortcuts, like, you know, an unlocked door that allows you to progress in the direction like Dark Souls loves to do. Are you kidding me with this? Or increased ability to navigate, like a traversal, or both. That's funny, Rex. Sorry, weird itch. I mean, finding the final boss with no nothing is certainly a thing in and of itself. So, props to them if they can make that work. Nope, I want to go further up. Right? Yes. Save our progress so we don't have to do this climb again. Even a waypoint system where teleport save points connect to each other would help. Yes. He's just sitting here staring at me. I know you'll feed me eventually. That's what happens in the evenings. Huh? Did I come all this way for nothing? How do I get through that door? Pumpernickel, pumpernickel. How do I progress? This is where I'm supposed to be. This is where I'm trying to get to. Alright. That sucks. I might have already gotten that one. That actually sounds kind of cool, Mr. Red. Stay stealthed, distract the enemies, have tools to make it so they can't hear you or can't see you. Try to get to the end of the dungeon. Rax over there, they're playing a moss-focused character. So they've got their ground moss maxed. You know what, actually, hang on. Okay. No, I think that would be very cool. I agree completely. Let's think about this. So let's because I've got nothing to do for like 10 minutes while I traverse the entire world map in the opposite direction I've been going. Jesus Christ. So, let's think about talent trees, right? Like, what would our talent trees be? So, sound focus is obvious, right? There'd be a sound spec, whose entire job is to just not get hurt at all. Now, I'd say sight focused is an easy choice, but it's too easy. I feel like we could divvy sight up some more. So, there would probably be like a social stealth, right? Disguising and blending in, you know, being able to emulate people, talking your way through a guard. That would be like social stealth, right? No, Disco. I know that a lot of people think that way, and I have no negativity towards anybody who thinks that way. I just don't think it affects the review, nor should it. Yeah, misdirection, exactly. So yeah, we got the persuasion tree, we got the misdirection tree. We've got the silent tree, is actually what we'll call that one. And I like misdirection, because that could be... That's your tank, really, when you think about it. That's the person whose job it is to make sure the enemy is looking the other way. Is it the first one? I guess I'll find out in a second. No, but if I was making this game and given my love of terrible, terrible jokes, Disco, I'd put your joke in. It would be part of, like, the Disco Inferno quest. Nobody would get it. Nobody would get it. But that would be the name of the quest. Is it this one? No, this is to Eden. I don't want to go to Eden. I want to go here, I think. Maybe. Yes. Ah. Come on. So, where am I going, Rex? Because you said go to the other side of the universe. First thing I'm going to do is save, actually. No! 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 Oh my god, we're killing people, Mr. Ed? I don't know if I could kill someone in a video game. I'm my mother. We'll find out in a second. And by a second, I mean like a while. Oh, I can turn around in mid-thing. Hey, Wenlock! Thank you for the sub, as always. Appreciate you. Give me a moment. Make sure you vote, by the way. Anybody who hasn't, make sure you vote. So put that towards Patch Trail, Midnight, and Frostbond. Done. Nope, one more. So, I'm gonna AFK super quick. Be right back. Oh, sorry. What's repeating? I figured it'd be fine. Oh, it's the things running around. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mook. And of course now I gotta take out my headphones. Hopefully for the last time. Excellent. I look forward to... Oh, God! Okay, really quick. I'm going to pause in between the call. My dad just unironically called it the Gulf of America. Without a trace of irony. So this is what it feels like being a typical streamer. I don't think I care for it. America, whatever. Okay. Well, you haven't seen the swag blade, Elizar? There is no reason to even acknowledge that, Mr. Red. I don't know where to go, Rex. Like, in general. MSQ or secrets. So I'm just looking for anything at all at this point. Hi, Rex. Hi, Valerian. No, I did not, Elizar. Conversation with A3. Who are you? I am Tellel. What are you doing here? Udu Cole. What does Udu Cole mean? What does it look like? Is Tellel Udu Cole? No! What is Tellel? What happened to Athetos? I am Athetos. But you just said you were Tellel. No response. How can you be Athetos if you're Tellel? I am Tellel. Who do you think I am? Athetos. Why did you attack me? No response. Do you remember attacking me? Tellel attack. Demon. Okay. Valerian, I have a question for you, and I swear this isn't like a troll or a leading question or anything like that. So, looking for a genuine response, okay? Okay, cool. What do you like about Chrono Cross? I'm pretty sure you're one of the people who says you like it more than Chrono Trigger. I might be misremembering that, so forgive me. Oh, by the way, make sure both of you vote, if you haven't. Relevant. It says there's the thing, like, over here. But, like, I don't see anything. Consequences of doing the right thing. Yeah, it's called depression. We talked about that already. Of course it does. Alright, where's the MSQ, Rex? Because I'm... No, I know what people like about Xenogears. It's got giant robots, and it's a lot of people's first introduction to philosophy. I know what people like about Planescape Torment. It's got tremendous branching narrative. It's also a first look into philosophy. And it's weird. But I couldn't actually... I swear I didn't mean this as an insult. I couldn't think of why anybody would like Chrono Cross, because Chrono Cross is usually listed as a beloved classic, just like the other two. But I had nothing to share when someone asked me why are those three, beloved classics, and I'm just like, I've got nothing. I don't know what is beloved about Chrono Cross. Oh, we'll see when we get there, Blade Tavol. I don't know how well it's going to review. As usual, I never know how a review is going to go until we get there. I remember... I've played all the way through that game. I hated it. I really, really disliked it. I put the game down at multiple points in time before I finally was able to actually finish it. Years later. Now, to clarify, no, Luke. To clarify, I'm not saying the game is bad. I don't know if the game is bad. I haven't reviewed it. I hate to keep repeating myself like a broken record, but it bears repeating. When I say I don't mean the appeal, to explain that a little bit, even for games that I don't enjoy, usually I can point to something and say, that is what people like about it. Gothic. Gothic got like a -3 freaking hundred, but it's still easy to see why it took off. It's easy to see why people enjoyed it. And I don't have that for Cross. Yeah, Cross treads on everything about Trigger. It's actually something I mentioned earlier as my personal biggest negative for it. I understand the behind-the-scenes reasons for it. But, yeah. I don't know what else to add to that. Yeah, the lightning gun looked pretty neat, but I just apparently couldn't get them to work. But is the one down from here? Yes, it is. Okay. Hi, Blue, and I didn't say hi to you either. Sorry. God, every time I talk to him, it leaves me feeling so drained. They're doing this no-protein diet now. I really hope they didn't hear that from some quack rifter. Because, that would make sense. And, honestly, as much ill as I have in that direction, I absolutely do not want anything bad to happen to them. I'm not like that. I don't hold anything sacred. Okay, jokes aside, probably overall, pound for pound, metric by metric, most likely, the best game ever made is World of Warcraft. Now, I know that's going to cause some ire, but I'm ignore that, okay? Just move past that with me for a second. Because I just want to be clear that prefacing it with that statement then leads to me giving hundreds upon hundreds of negatives to World of Warcraft. There's no sacred cows, right? I appreciate the lack of spoilers, Valerian. Since obviously I've beaten the game, but I know plenty of people in chat haven't, and who knows who on the VOD, right? WoW didn't do one bad thing. WoW did like 100 bad things. Instantly. Okay, so we're back here. Up left, I guess? We'll try up left. Like, that is my point, though. That is... Oh, God, I forgot about this hallway! I forgot about this hallway! Ah! This is a terrible weapon for this! Hang on. Switch to the lightning gun for a second here. Let's see if this works a little bit better. Oh, it homed in on him. Do you see that? Do you see that? That's cute. But no, that's my point. Is there's no such thing as a sacred cow. There's no such thing as a game that doesn't need to be called out when it screws up or when it does something bad or when it fails or whatever. So I feel irritated that I even have to make that statement. I would like to think that the 10 years of work I've done has already made that statement for me. And then I had someone rambling about Gothic recently, so I guess, actually, no, I have to keep making that point always and forever. But I'm making it specifically in response to Chrono Trigger, a game that I consider to be a pretty good game. Never reviewed it, so I don't actually know how good it is. I'm dead. I'm dead. This is actually why I saved right before I came down here, so I'd have a waypoint nearby. Speaking as someone who does not like The Last Jedi, I don't see how anybody could see that spits on the franchise, personally, you know? Like, I think that game makes mistakes. I think it had a movie makes mistakes, and I think there's parts about it I don't care for, but spitting on the franchise? Really? My dearest Oraka has become ill. No matter what I dream for her, she remains listless. Please, she is harmless. Move her to a larger chamber. Give her room to stretch. Or if you really wish for her to die, let me kill her properly. That I could agree with, Dream Whisperer, because there was a whole lot of speculation thing, which, in the interest of fairness, was being deliberately pushed. There was a lot of deliberate attempts by a lot of the marketing departments in order to try and fuel the speculation train, in order to try and generate hype and buzz for the movie. But that doesn't reflect bad on the film itself. I mean, I call this the Hitler wears pink argument. You don't need to invent a reason to hate Hitler. He's Hitler. He sucks. I know. Bold statements from the lore runner here. No, it's like the worst way, Elizar. Holy crap. Sorry, if I have to finish that statement. You don't have to invent reasons to go after something. Right? You don't need an excuse. Right? Let's use a hypothetical. Let's say that Rax... No. Valerian, do you mind if I pick on you? Are you good for that? Okay, cool, thank you. So let's assume for a moment that Valerian eats puppies every day. I think I'm gonna bomb these little crap. Wow, okay. And that's awful. And so we hate Valerian for that, for being awful. But then someone's like, yeah, and I hear Valerian also, like, wakes up every morning and eats a kitten, too. Valerian doesn't eat kittens. There's no need to add that. Like, in fact, actually what that does, so if we could break down the obvious stuff, what that does is it diminishes the truth. It makes it so the actual truth at hand here, the fact that he's a puppy eater, doesn't matter as much. Especially for people who don't know Valerian. So let's use a hypothetical. Let's say I go to Mr. Ed, I'm like, oh my god, have you heard that Valerian eats kittens? And Mr. Ed's like, oh my god. And then Mr. Ed looks into it and says, wait, no Valerian doesn't. What are you talking about? And it's like, at that point, Mr. Red is not only less inclined to listen to me about anything, because I basically lied to Mr. Red, but also, at that point, he's going to be less inclined to listen to anybody speaking ill about Valerian. I mean, one of those was a lie, right? The actual points being made are actually diminished into noise as a consequence of being pushed down. And it's easy to fall into. I point my finger at myself on this, too, to be very clear. It's very easy to believe any bad thing about someone who you consider to be a bad person because, and this is important, they're a bad person. At that point, it's just bonus points, right? It's just ringing up the score. It barely even matters. But it's a dangerous habit to fall into, and really, thank you, Rex, we really should be focused more on whatever is actually happening. And then spreading what is actually happening to the best of our abilities. We have never had the capacity greater than right now to share information. I honestly feel like it is our responsibility as a species to try and make sure that information is as accurate as we can be, as we can make it. Speaking of which, it's called the Gulf of Mexico. Alright, so. God. Feels like a thing I can't get yet. I'm gonna walk back from that. Where? Ah, I think I see it. Yeah, I see it, I see it. Oops. Well. Yeah, it could be. These enemies really suck. They're slimes, but worse. Hem. Yeah, they're basically Metroids, except they split when you kill them, which just is really irritating. Well, let's see what's down. Nothing is down. Okay. Hey, Spartan. I spent a while on the phone. Sorry about that, for everyone. Oh, yeah. They're also saying I should go move in to a house like this right down the street from them. Just picture that for a minute. Picture all that that means. Picture everything that that would imply. My dad and his girlfriend. Pumpernickel? I'm not sure what to do up here. And I feel very stupid for not being sure what to do. God damn it! It's always something I forget. It's always something I don't remember I can do. This actually happens to me a lot. I'm looking at a puzzle, and I should have recognized this was what was happening. And as I'm looking at it, I say, well, this puzzle is impossible. Because from what I know, I can't actually progress. And I'm always right. Every single time I am right. I cannot progress with what I know to be true. Which means there's something I'm missing. I would rather kill myself, Spartan. And to be clear, that's not a joke. I was actually at a point in my life, previous to now, where that... Oh, hello. Where that was an option. I should say those were options. And I knew which one of those two I was going to take if it came down to that. See you around, Disco. So what do you got? What in the hell? Oh, okay. Ah, crap. This one doesn't even look partially human. Okay. Okay. Only vulnerable while it's attacking. Got it. He hurts. She, it? I don't know. They're not even talking anymore, so I'm not sure if there's much of a thing there. Can I get... Nope. PayPal, as long as it's over a certain amount of money. Or just don't, Elzer. Just don't do it. If it's that hard that you have to think about giving me $3, that $3 is worth more to you than it is to me. Keep the money for yourself. I do have a Patreon. I don't plug it constantly because I'm not a shell. That's nowhere near the range I need for that. Look at that. Okay, let's try just the basic gun. See how that feels. That's irritating. Nope. Whoops. That's actually a misclick. I didn't mean to do that there. Yeah, we're dead. I know, Elazar, but for real, Siron Rex, if you are really having to seriously think about $3, don't. Make sure you vote, though. Everyone in chat, make sure you vote. You are correct. It is actually time for dinner. Are you ready for dinner? Are you ready for dinner? Dinner mode engaged. Eat up, cat. Eat and be merry. I might go back to the spread fire. I was hitting him consistently, it's just not a lot of damage. Okay. I now have cat food gunk on my fingers. Could someone tell me who's winning the poll right now, please, by the way? Leaning up my hands a bit. Alright. Don't worry about it, Elizar. That's the best way to support me. $36 per shot with consistency on hitting isn't exactly bad, so... Let's just slow mode this. I've been trying out stuff. Let's try to just kind of do this cautious style. Chrono Cross is winning. Wow. I guess that's my fault. He's right over here. God, he hits like a truck, too. Yeah, we're dead. Wow. That's a better question. How many votes have there been? I guess... Let's look myself. How many votes have there been? How many people have voted? 30 people. That's actually a hell of a spread for 30 people. Also wish its attack openings weren't quite so random. Yeah, no kidding, Dreamless, bro. So I don't like this boss fight, but I'm going to explain why in two pieces. The first and most obvious reason is he's boring. He has exactly 3 attacks. Now, that can work. Most bosses in this game only have a couple of attack patterns. But the fact that those guys charge you as fast as they possibly can the moment that they spawn means the only reliable way to get them is already have a bomb in the air. And honestly, during several of my real attempts, most of the damage I'm taking is from those frickin' ads. Which, yeah, that's it. So that's 2 major problems there. Third problem, he does way too much damage. Well, let's try not using the square gun on the ads. See what that does. Since it's the major gimmick, I figured it was, like, worth doing for some reason, but I guess not. Fourth thing wrong with this fight is the fact that he's just constantly pushing, which is just really irritating, honestly. Oh, and the fifth problem is that he has too much health, but basically every boss in this game has that problem. I was actually thinking about switching to the shotgun, I don't know. Just try to absolutely bulldoze him, you know? I'm obviously not outlasting him, because there's just too much damage coming from the frickin' ads that I can't avoid, and too much damage from everything else that I'm not. Like that. Let's try it. I suppose the real question is how much health does the boss have? We can math out how many shots it takes. See if this is even feasible. Okay. Helps with the ads. Oh, that's interesting. And he turns around. Okay. Yeah, actually, Mr. Ed, I agree with you completely. I was actually really enjoying myself up until a certain point. It's probably obvious because there was a bunch of positives I kept getting periodically. I sort of stopped. So let's try varying this up a little bit here. And it could also have Mystic Quest Syndrome. This could be our middle point. Whoops. God dang it. I did not mean to hit that. That's what I meant to hit that. Oh, I still screwed it up. Yeah, Mystic Quest Syndrome. It should be on the website, but if it isn't, it's actually very, very simple. It's a game that has a strong intro and a strong outro, and then a bad middle. I mean, good appetizer, good dessert. Bad steak. Going with food analogies. I mean, honestly, yeah, a lot of Kingdom Hearts games have Mystic Quest Syndrome. Most of them, actually. I think 3 is one of the rare games that kind of bypasses that. Even 3 has its middle sections that kind of suck. It occurs to me, too, there is no recovery. There's no E-tank. Rather, there's no reserve tank. There's no anything. Like, the amount of health that the ads drop is minuscule, so you're pretty much stuck with the health you walk into the fight with, right? It's just an interesting choice. Let's give it a couple more shots, Rex, and we'll see what happens. Actually, you know what? I'll give you that, Trinifora. Because you're right. Most individual worlds start pretty strong and end pretty strong, but... hang on 1 second, Elizar. These freaking bugs! Elizar sent these bugs to kill me. Why would you do this, Elizar? That would be actually funny, Blatable. I would eat the egg on my face, because egg sounds delicious right now. Some bacon, you know, get some waffles in there, like really crisp waffles too, like the really good stuff. And you know, maybe like, I don't know, what else could go with that? Sausage? No, we've already got bacon. No, we need some kind of like stronger meat, so like steak tips maybe? I feel like steak tips would work well. Let's do steak tips. And then, let's see. I like orange juice, but, you know, honestly, I'm more in a grapefruit juice mood. So let's get some grapefruit juice. I swear he keeps getting higher up instead of, like, further down. Well, let's go well with that. Please? Oh my god. RNG'd to death here. Back off, back off, back off. damn it, the spread on that explosion is way too big. That's another complaint. I have basically dodged his shot several times, and it's like, no, you got hit by the splash damage. Oh, that's so frustrating. Chorizo. Good idea. So, I suppose that's an interesting question, Elizar. Obviously, that would be a huge programming problem, so I'm sure you have the solution in your back pocket for how to get it to sort by a completely different variable. Right? Right, like that is something you have available and accessible to yourself right now. But here's the weird part. What would be the point of that? Like, talk me through this. Because I don't see a point in actually having that as an option, which is why it isn't. Yeah, no, I saw Wolverale. I saw the stupidity. Freaking bugs. Back off. Back off. Well, so what you were describing, Elizar, is interest, which is already a sortable variable. God damn it! I swear he gets higher up as the fight goes on. Which wouldn't surprise me, because it makes everything about this fight harder as the more Z-axis, or I guess Y-axis, he gets. Last bomb. That's up to you, not me, Trinifor. What's really funny, this was the original strategy I used. I should just stuck with it. Interesting. Well, that adds some interesting movement tech options. I mean... Alright. So, do you know that you can sort the list, Elizar? Like, there's I'm trying not to sound like I'm insulting. I really am, but you know that there's a button there you can click to sort the list, right? Okay, cool. So if you have it by priority, which should be set to default, then that is the order in which of the most funded games. It's really, really obvious because it's how much the bar is filled. the more the bar is filled, the more funded it is. That's it. There's no big secrets here. Now, if you're trying to find something specifically, there is an alphabetizer option where you can just hit Control F and look for Age of Mythology. R, which has $370, is 35 hours long and has 35 funders put parts in. And yeah, right now, as of this moment, FF14 Patch Trail is the most funded. Descending is what that means, Elizar. I didn't put that there. I don't know how to get rid of it. Ooh, a health upgrade. A little late, but you know. No, Dawn Trail will not finish its updates for a while. Like, we're looking at like March at the earliest. Whoops. Whoops. God damn it. Just hitting all the wrong buttons there. There we go. Ah, these frigging things! Okay. Wrong button again. Don't do it, Scion. Don't do it! So Frieza was right. Three of 6 on that now. God damn it. You know, Scion. I don't... Okay. What's funny is I am paying rent right now. Quite a bit of it. In storage. I actually mathed it out. I'm paying just a little bit more in rent right now in storage fees than I was paying for the old apartment. I think it's more a sign of the times than anything else. Everything is more expensive right now. Because of assholes and idiots. I haven't even heard of Dark Heresy. What is this? Is this a sequel to Rogue Trader? Literally or otherwise. I'm getting conflicting information here. Again, literally or otherwise. Sounds like the answer is yes. Why is this? What? Oof. I look up Total War Pharaoh. Mostly negative reviews. Ouch. So, if I'm looking at this right, I already own Dynasties, right? I don't know what Dynasties is. What is Dynasties? This is so confusing. Oh, it's an update. Okay, okay. Found. Which, for some reason, is listed as a separate game? That is... Come on, Steam. Or, Creative Assembly, whoever's actually behind that. I guess that means I don't need to buy it. Okay, let me phrase my statement more literally, Loke, since I know that that would make you happier. Wrath of the Righteous is a sequel to Kingmaker. Okay, we're good. So. Ah, gotcha. Okay. I was wondering. Well, Dawn of War 4 is already on the list. Dark Heresy, I don't remember if it is or not. We'll just add that. The War of Pharaoh. So irritating to spell. There we go. Here's what I'm going to do. I'll chop off the local recording.